Well, sorry, we're a bit late. Somebody called for a recounting of the certain time at the polling station and another recount at the collation center. So that's why we're
My Lords, Presidential Election Petition number J1/6/2013. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. Jake Utanka Obetebi Lamte versus John Dramani Mahama. The Electoral Commission and National Democratic Congress, NDC. My Lords, petitioner present. Electoral Commission. Please, your name. Dr. Kudu Afarizan, Chairman, representing the second National Democratic Congress.
May it please my lords, I appear for the petitioners. With me, Stephen Dapado. Miss Gloria Akufu. Frank Davis. Alex Quino. Akuto Ampao. Kwame Akufu. Kweku Esofi. Godfred Yeboadame. And Egbert Fable Jr.
Please, my lords, I appear for the president, first respondent, and with me is Dr. Bassett Aziz Bamba.
May it please your lordships, James Kwashiraiden for the second respondent. And with me are my learned friends Anthony Darby, Stanley Amatefiu, and Frida Bruce Appiah. My lords.
If your lordships please, I appear for the third respondent, and with me my learned friend Samuel Kojo. My Lord, on the last occasion, there was the requirement for us to produce a document, an exhibit that was admitted conditionally. Exhibit EC4, subject to our producing the original pink sheets and blue sheets. They relate to open space market Amantin, Baptist JHS New Tafu Menchia South, and Nana Buabasa also Menchia South. We have the original pink sheets and also the blue sheets, i.e. the collation center sheets, my lord.
To tender them at the appropriate time. Okay, you are just replacing. No, but it's conditional.
My lord, it was admitted.
Subject to. Oh, okay. Yes, all right. So show them to around. front of you. If you intend tendering all these, then you should. Okay, all right. But, okay, from now on, the practice direction is if you want to tender many documents, you prepare a chart of them and take them in batches as happen.
So these are not meant to be tendered, my lord.
So not breach any CIA secrecy rules. You only prepare your own chart to make the tendering easy and show them in batches, and then they are all right.
Well, that is understood, my lord.
Okay. It's for all parties.
My lord, when the parties who are allowed to give oral evidence,
Yes.
when they are in the witness box to give evidence, for example, when we open our case,
Yes.
we will be able to tender documents as part of our evidence.
Why not? Oh, that happens all the time.
My lord, whether or not we have exhibited them in an affidavit.
Oh, no, if they are already in evidence, you refer to them. We don't
But if
need,
not, we tender them.
Is it?
But if they're not already in evidence,
Yes, if they are not in evidence, then you put them in evidence. That's it, exactly.
that is so. That is so.
Yes, yes.
Correct. Lord, the document has already been accepted conditionally,
yes.
So maybe it will save time. If I may subsequently replace the originals with photocopies so that the originals can go back to the custody of the second respondent. Very well. Very well.
Yes, I thought, speaking for myself, once you have compared the originals and what has been, that should end the matter. I mean,
what has been tendered? Yeah, that is
yes.
so, my Lord.
It now, I mean, this was tendered as it were in escrow. Now it is stabilized, isn't it?
Very well. So we can take them back.
Yes.
Very well.
Yes, yes. Yes.
We're objecting to one of the documents sought to be tendered. I don't know if this is the right time to make the objection, or I'll wait until my learned friends are through with it.
Okay, you can point it out.
Well,
you can, yeah.
Lord, we're objecting to the collation form in respect of Atebubu Amantin. It is supposed to be an original document emanating from the EC, and therefore all the writings in the form should be in blue ink. We have noticed that the second page, part of the second page, is written in carbon pink. It means it was placed on another document. It's in carbon pink, part of it, and part is in blue ink. Which raises questions about the authenticity of that document as to whether it's an original document. On the third page, there is a cancellation. We do not know whether that cancellation, in fact, has been taken into consideration in computing the results. Therefore, making that document quite doubtful. The cancellation was not initial, so we are not able to determine whether indeed it was taken into consideration in computing the results. But for my lords, we're praying that that particular document should be taken out, or the document sought to be tendered. I'm sorry, I left out one point. The other point is that the form, it's on a parliamentary collation form, and the parliamentary has been cancelled and has been written presidential. It's actually a parliamentary collation form.
My Lord, the objection I would respectfully submit is without foundation. My Lord, this relates to the allegation in paragraph 24 of the petition that votes due to the first petitioner were deducted and votes due to the first respondent were padded. Upon receipt of the further and better particulars that we requested, we filed this document that has been exhibited as an attachment to an affidavit on the 27th of February. Of the three allegations of padding and deduction, it shows that two were wrong. In other words, 96 for the first respondent was correctly stated as 96, and 960 for sorry.
You covered these grounds other times. So
that is so.
So to the residue of the matter.
So this was tended to support our contention that two of the allegations were wrong and only one was correct, and that one concerned a transposition error in which 17 was entered instead of 97, making a difference of 80 votes. So this was the purpose of our tendering this document. It was accepted subject to our producing the...
You have gone back to all these antecedents. That's not in dispute. He's commenting on the authenticity of the one relating to a table something. A table where mountain.
My Lord, I would submit that this would not affect admissibility. It would affect weight to be attached. They can comment on that, and we can clarify whatever needs to be clarified. It is coming from the proper source.
I haven't heard you well, but that is it.
That it would not affect admissibility, but weight. In any case, we were not tendering. We were providing it in compliance with the request that we should bring the corresponding documents regarding this document that has already been accepted conditionally. In any case, my Lord, it has been admitted that they've abandoned the two claims of padding and only one remains.
Well, let's make progress.
My Lord,
yes.
Since he admits that we have abandoned that, we're wondering why he wants to tender a document we are challenging. He might as well withdraw it so we can make some progress. Because in any event, we have abandoned it, and we don't see why he's tendering that document.
Abandoned in respect of?
In respect of two of the claims. Of two of the...
This table does it relate to one of the two?
It relates to one of them.
Well, your objection is in relation to Table Boam and Station.
My Lord, we are relying on Open Square New Market polling station. That's the only one we are relying on. Open Square New Market.
The only one.
That's the only one we're relying on.
So, yes.
Just to state that this is what the official custodian of the document says they have. Unless they can point to some other document in support of that, I don't think it lies in their mouth to object to it. They can comment on the weight, but the official custodian says, this is the document in my official custody in support of the results. And I think it cannot be disregarded on the basis that they are interlineations, but that's what they have. There's no other document. If they have any other document, collation sheet, that refers to those results, and they produce it, then they can say that there is something wrong with this one. But there is no other. And the official custodian, the EC, says that that is the document based on which the results were transposed.
It's now saying that they have abandoned the request of the document that we...
Yes, my understanding was that document was tendered conditionally. That document was accepted on the condition that produced documents in support of that. That is all my understanding, what he is doing this morning. And they are challenging one of those documents. And I'm saying that unless they have another document, it cannot be disallowed on the basis of their challenge, because the official custodian of the document says that is the only document.
Well, I think what he is saying is this, that at this stage, they've admitted 2, leaving 1. And you mentioned the name.
Yes.
And so, as I understand what he's saying, is now it comes back to relevancy. If something is admitted, is it in dispute again?
My Lord, it's been admitted already. The document itself has been admitted already. So otherwise, one is going to go back to selective admission of the document that is already in evidence. All that is required to do is to produce the supporting documents, which is what is done this morning.
The document was admitted on condition.
Yes, my Lord.
So that if that condition is no more relevant, then that document will be taken out.
My Lord, they had made a plea in this court. It's part of their pleadings, and this is a rebuttal of that plea. And I think, for what it's worth, it should be on record that they have not been, they have decided that they will not pursue. But that does not, and it's a question of credibility, undermine the defense that you said this, you produced this, and that should be on record.
Counsel,
yes, ma'am.
I seriously stand to be corrected about these documents that are supposed to have been tendered, and then they are now producing the originals. Because if these originals are going to be tendered by the EC, the best way would be to have it tendered by the EC. That's the only way. You see, official document, you are talking about the official custodian of the document. As it is being tendered through with this witness, how are they going to have the chance to cross-examine?
No, that's the point. It's not to be intended. These documents are not, that is not my, your lordships may correct me. What the last ruling on this issue was that he's tendered a list of polling stations. And then there was some query about it not being supported by documents. So what I understood the order to be was that bring the documents to be inspected to confirm the details on that sheet. That is my understanding of the exercise this morning, not that you should tender those documents in support of the sheet.
Well, that is what I got. What the counsel for the EC sought to do was to have these documents tendered, and that is why
I didn't understand.
Well, and they are saying that they are objecting to a particular document. I mean, because I don't even see the whole. I mean, this idea of cross-examination, this kind of cross-examination, because the official documents are supposed to be tendered by the official custodian of the documents. Yes. And that's easy, because any document that is tendered through this witness, they clearly will be prejudiced. They don't have the chance to cross-examine on. You see, as it is now, you are asking them to only comment on the document, and that it goes to weight, not admissibility. Their comments on the comments now, it is not going to be by the witness. The comments now in relation to the interlineations and then other things. How are they going to put these things?
Well, that's why I think the comment was out of place. That objection was completely out of place because the intent was not to tender those documents, just to get the supporting documents for the data that had already been tendered.
I'm surprised that you are not allowing the person who is actually seeking to tender the document to answer.
Well, I didn't realize I was in his way. I was responding to your questions. Of course, if your lordship think he should answer it, I'll let him. But I was just responding to your queries because I was on my feet, and I think unless the records don't reflect it, what is supposed to be done this morning is what I indicated. That is supposed to provide documents to check the earlier exhibit.
Councillor, I think if my memory serves me right, on the 25th of April, you were cross-examining Dr. Baumia on their allegations of padding and reducing of votes. Is that not it? And he said they made allegations in respect of 3 centers, but they have since abandoned 2 and now dealing with only 1, relying on only 1 center. And he continued to say that those polling stations, 2 polling stations, they are not leading any evidence because presumably we believe they are correct. That was the words he used. Then at that stage, you sought to tender this EC4, and the court, following an objection by Mr. Addison, which was sustained but qualified, that this document can go in subject to the original pink sheets in respect of that polling station to be tendered. And so this one was accepted as on condition of the original document. This document is admitted, says that the original source, that's the pink sheets, be tendered later. And it was tendered and marked as exhibit EC4. That's what my records now indicate. Is that not what transpired last week?
Yes, my lord, although looking at the exhibit, it does say the original being tendered.
Yes.
So is it being produced? Is it the original of this document, which is a copy?
Yes, providing original copies. That's what is on the document.
In which case, I have the original copy of that document, my lord, and I'll leave.
It's a pink sheet.
In which case, it will be 1 pink sheet.
Yes. It will be 1 pink sheet.
That is so. So, Lord, if I understood correctly, at a later stage, when the EC gives evidence, it can then tender the document.
Yes, then you can explain the
Very well, my lord.
No, but so you made an objection.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the order.
So we proceed, my lord.
No,
But,
that objection related to that 1 police station. The pink sheet they are objecting to. Is it related to that remaining polling station?
Lord, I believe he was even objecting to a blue sheet.
Now, if it's a parliamentary sheet, they have every right to object. There's a presidential election they are objecting to. So if there's anything relating to parliamentary objection, as for that one, that's a valid objection, no matter for what purpose you are bringing it in.
My lord, we were seeking to tender the pink sheet relating to the one that they are relying on, only that one.
But is that at a Bubu among them? Is that what they are? They are saying some old market square or something.
Well, that is open space.
That's what they are. And if the objection is not related to the open space, is the objection related to the open space?
Polling station.
That's what the objection is related to.
So the objection related to Atebubu and Mantin and not open space, new markets.
So what is the purpose of open space? Amantin in...
open space is the polling station.
Amantin, Atebubu Amantin.
Atebubu Amantin is the constituency.
So collation.
Amantin constituency.
But this objection, is it relating to the only station in respect of which there's still an issue? Addison. Because there were three. You said two are not in dispute, but only one. So I want to know whether the objection you are raising relates to the one in issue.
The objection I'm raising relates to the collation form for Atebubu and Mantin. And the polling station that we have admitted, Open Square, New Market, is in Atebubu and Mantin constituency.
Open spaces within, okay. So that's the only one in issue now.
Is the pink sheet of that polling station that's been abroad? The pink sheet of that polling station?
Yes.
That is what you have brought.
That's what we should have brought.
They are contesting only one polling station. So we expected you to bring the pink sheet of that polling station.
Mr. Kwashadun,
Yes, madam.
what was tendered the other time conditionally? Just produce the original, compare, show it to them, they compare. That should be the end of the matter.
If we may be heard in respect of
The original you are describing as the original. Let them see whether it agrees in terms of the entries with what was tendered the other time. Then that should be the end of the matter, because it went in the other time. They cannot now be raising anything subject to whatever cross-examination they might wish to have.
And my lord, I've added the original because what I tendered was a photocopy. I've added the original, my lord.
my lords, respectfully, in respect of this matter, we would respectfully suggest that what your lordship has just indicated about the condition for the tendering of that document being satisfied and then we progress, that seems to be our understanding also of the situation. There is no requirement that those pink sheets should be tendered through this witness, because this witness is not the person who has custody of those pink sheets. So our understanding is indeed that once he's satisfied the condition that your lordships placed for the EC4, then we can proceed, because at this stage trying to tender a pink sheet and having an objection on that pink sheet seems to be, with respect, quite premature, because the EC, through their own officials, will have to produce those pink sheets. So respectfully, we also understand that once they are satisfied that the conditions that the court placed on tendering EC4 have been met, then we proceed. If they are still insistent that those conditions have not been satisfied, then of course the doubt on EC4 will remain until your lordships get satisfied that those conditions have been met. But respectfully, at this stage, for us to be having this battle about
the pink sheets and the blue sheets does not really advance the proceedings. So we would respectfully suggest that if at this stage counsel for the petitioners say that they have seen the originals and they are satisfied that the conditions that your lordships imposed for the EC4 have been satisfied, then we proceed. If they are not satisfied, then we wait until EC tenders those sheets.
Yes, I think that takes care of your concerns.
The question was very clear. We are satisfied with all the documents except one, which is the collation form in respect of Atebubu Mountain constituency. That is what we are objecting to. The others, they can go in for what they are worth. The other one contains the pink sheet for Open Square New Market. We are not objecting to that. What we are objecting to is the collation form for the constituency.
All right. My Lord, yes, the inscription on the exhibit that was conditionally admitted reads as follows: tendered through second petitioner by second respondent, objected to by petitioners, and court accepted on condition of providing original copies. My Lord, I have the original copy that was filed of this.
And they are saying that's not the original.
In fact, one need not have gone into the pink sheets because this was a copy that was tendered.
This thing ourselves as a, but let us remember that, you see, Mr. Addison, there's always difference between admissibility and authenticity of the document. A document can be put in as relevant. You can later show it's a forgery and worthless. Under the evidence decree, authenticity is so loosely defined that the word of the person saying that this is the document purports to be what it is and emanating from the source should be sufficient, unless you can. In any case, they haven't even opened it. It's still open to them if this matter is not satisfied. When they come to leading evidence, they can still lay the proper foundation and tender that.
We would prefer that if they insist, they tender it through their witness.
That is what I'm saying, at the appropriate time. Yes, okay. All right, let's proceed.
Yes. Dr. Baumia, you recall that when you provided us with further and better particulars, we responded with regard to the allegation of overvoting by a document which we attached to our amended answer, which I shall show you. Dr. Baumia, you are aware of this document?
Yes, my lord, I am aware.
Mm-hmm. Now,
if I can hear, and please speak into the mic so that everyone can hear you.
My lord. Now, Dr. Baumia, in this document, the number of persons on the register is indicated at each polling station.
Yes, my lord.
Together with the number of votes cast.
Yes, my lord.
And this was in response to the further and better particulars you provided of the allegation regarding votes exceeding the number of registered voters.
We provided further and better particulars with regards to votes that exceeded the ballots that were issued to voters and the voters' register. This document includes about 500 polling stations that were not part of our further and better particulars.
Yes. Now, I suggest to you that there was no instance of votes in the ballot box exceeding the number of registered voters in any polling station.
My lord, that is not true. We have several instances of that.
Now, Mr. Baumia, we also exhibited a document in respect of the allegation that pink sheets were not signed by presiding officers. Yes, please.
My Lord, these documents that counsel keep showing to the witness are documents that were attached to their answer, to their amended answer. In our application for directions to this court, we sought to have these documents struck off. Now, we are here confronted with these documents being shown to the witness. And since we did not get the opportunity to contradict these documents because they were attached to their amended answer, we expected that if they sought to rely on them, they would attach them to the affidavit, as everybody has done. It seems as if the EC is conducting this case on the basis of surprises, pulling documents here, pulling pink sheets here. And we would like your lordships to make a directive on this as to how this petition is going to be conducted. Our understanding from the beginning is that every party should, by way of affidavit, attach documents they're relying on. Now, we have come here and they keep producing documents and showing it to the witness. And some moments back, if I heard rightly, the president indicated that they can be tendering their pink sheets through their witness. Well, we'd like some clarification on this, if that is going to be the conduct of when we have all exhibited our pink sheets in advance.
My Lord, this document was attached to a verifying affidavit which was filed on the 27th of February. So they have been on notice since that date.
Yes.
It is referred to in our answer and attached to the verifying affidavit filed together with our answer. Also, in our affidavit, prior to the commencement of the hearing, we referred to all the documents that we had filed earlier, together with the exhibits attached thereto, and stated that we would rely on all those documents, my Lord. Even the specimen pink sheet that was explained. My Lord, I have the affidavit to which this was attached, the verifying affidavit accompanying the amended answer, my Lord. Lord, as I mentioned, this was attached to the verifying affidavit accompanying our amended answer.
Was that dated which? Was that 27 February?
That is so, my Lord, 27 February.
Okay. Yes, Addison, your objection was that what?
My Lord, the affidavit he is referring to is the affidavit verifying his answer.
Yeah.
Quite clearly, that is different from the affidavit we're using in this trial, which is evidence before the court.
Oh.
Unless, of course, he wants to tell the court that his pleadings is evidence before the court.
He's saying that. Yes, I finish up and I
yes, but we are saying that his pleadings cannot be evidence before the court. And the directions of this court were very clear that parties were to file affidavits and attach to the affidavits the exhibits they seek to rely on.
Yes, but that doesn't overrule any other previously properly exhibited documents, because the rules require petitions and answers to be verified all the time. And if they are verified, they are part of the evidence before us. Affidavit is affidavit. It has the same effect of any affidavit.
Very well.
Except that if you want to strike out a document on grounds of hearsay or something, then it's open to you. It doesn't mean that it's conclusive. But otherwise, the verification, that's why the rule is there. If you take this course, then we are nullifying the verification provision of the rules.
Very well, my lord. In that case, then he cannot tender these documents through the witness. These are their documents.
For that, yes.
Yes. And secondly, if he's referring to previous documents they have filed in this court, it excludes the pink sheets that he intends tendering in evidence, because those are not before the court.
Are you a prophet now?
My lord, he has given an indication that they will tender them to their witness. And we are saying, yes.
Yes, and then you are saying what? Let that stage come. Yes.
We should wait and get to the bridge. Very well.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Dr. Baumia, in that document, we indicated that out of the 2009 polling stations that you claimed not to have been signed by the presiding officers, in fact, 1,099 had been so signed.
We disagreed, my lord.
That is not, I said, we claimed that in this document.
That was your claim, my lord.
We also indicated, I'm sorry, my lord, 1,099, my lord, that were actually signed out of the alleged 2009, my lord. And 9, my lords. Dr. Baunia, further, we indicated that the number of pink sheets not signed by presiding officers represented 3.5% of the total number of pink sheets nationwide.
That was your claim.
That the number of pink sheets signed by the, not signed by the presiding officers, that's 905, represented 3.5% of the total number of pink sheets nationwide.
What percent?
3.5, my lord.
Is it 2009 as against 2099 or 2,900? I had 2009 as against 1,099.
That is so. That is so. 1,099 were in fact signed. Out of the 2009, my lord. So the 3.5%, Dr. Baumia, is of the total 26,002 polling stations.
My lords, included in this list is about 70 polling stations that are not even on our further and better particulars. If you look at the evidence on the face of the pink sheet, we have said that 1,739 were not signed, and this makes it 6.6% of the total, not 3.5%. 6.6%.
We also maintain, Dr. Baumia, that of the 2,009 sheets that you claimed to be unsigned, 1,989 were signed by the polling agents, and that represented 99% of the total number of pink sheets you are alleging.
That was your claim, my lord.
And by polling agents, I mean your polling agents.
Yes, I understood you.
Dr. Baumia, I'd like to take you to the chart that you attached to paragraph 25 of your affidavit, exhibit SCA.
My lords, if I may refresh my memory, referring to the chart he's referring to.
Exhibit A, I'm sorry, the numbering was changed, exhibit A. Now, Dr. Baumia, in the Brong-Ahafo region, you have mentioned 1,251 pink sheets.
Yes, my lord.
But you are aware that the total number of constituencies, the number of polling stations in Brong-Ahafo is 2,748.
Yes, my lord. This is not a table of all polling stations. It's just a table of the 11,115 polling stations, excluding the 22 unknowns. So this is not supposed to be all, my lords.
But you have not indicated to us which are the polling stations concerned.
In the further and better particulars, my lords, we have provided every single one of these.
I would suggest to you, to save time, that the remainder, Central Region, 2,961, Greater Accra, and whereas Central Region, you only provided 1,906, 1196. Eastern Region, you've only provided 913, whereas there are 2,961.
Yes, my lords, we're only providing the data for the polling stations we are relying on in this petition.
In the northern region, you provided 1,207 out of a total of 2,386.
Yes, those are what we are relying on in this petition.
Upper East, 372 provided out of a total of 1,136 polling stations.
Yes, my lords, those are the polling stations we are relying on in the Upper East for this petition.
In Upper West, you provided 944 out of a total of 660.
Actually, in the Upper West, it's 660 we have provided, my lords.
Out of a total of 944.
Yes, we are only relying on the 660 for our petition.
Last but one, Volta region, you provided 2,283. Sorry, the total are 2,283, and you provided 1,446.
Those are the polling stations where the violations, malpractices, and irregularities are the ones that we are relying on in this particular petition in that region.
Finally, Western region has 2,618, and you provided 1,319.
Yes, the 1,319 polling stations were those that we found the violations, irregularities, and malpractices in the region, and that's what we are relying on, my lords.
I'm suggesting to you, Dr. Bawumia, that you have not indicated which of the polling stations you are relying on.
My lords, we have indicated every single polling station. In the further and better particulars, we have a document on the ballot analysis. It's at least 428 pages, and it indicates all the polling stations we are relying on.
In the paragraphs of your affidavit that follow the so-called analysis, there were several duplications which you admitted whilst under cross-examination by counsel for the first respondent.
There are no duplications in the further and better particulars, my lords.
Dr. Bawumia, when you say further and better particulars, can you give us exactly what you mean, further and better particulars?
You requested for further and better particulars, which we provided, different areas areas. For example, all the constituencies, polling stations where irregularities occurred and their numbers. And we also provided the ballot analysis to support what we claimed in the petition.
So this is just a global collection of all the irregularities, not divided into any categories?
No, it is by category. Because that was the Federal and Better Particulars request, to provide by category, my lords, and this is what we provided.
And subsequent to the provision of the Further and Better Particulars, you deleted some of the particulars supplied. Is that not correct?
We provided Further and Better Particulars of 11,842 and polling stations, and we are now relying on 11,138, a difference of 704. Yes, my lords.
Now, Dr. Obia, I'll turn to the special voting. Sorry, not the special voting. The voters without fingerprints. You mentioned that the total was 3,196 on Thursday.
Yes, that is what we counted from the voters' register. That was supplied.
The voters without fingerprints, my lord, face only. FO. The figure 3196.
Yes, that is what we counted from the voters' register received from the second respondent.
No, 3196. 31, that's what he said on Thursday, my lord. 3196. Dr. Lomia, I'm suggesting to you that the figure is wrong and the total is 70,889.
Well, that will not be, my lord, present on the voters' register that was provided to us. We have done a thorough search of it, and it is 3,196 over 3 regions, unless there's a different voters' register. But what we have is 3196.
70,889, my lord. So, Dr. Bamia, I suggest to you that if you had studied the register properly, you would not have come to give the court figures that are wrong.
My lords, the figures that we gave are correct from the voters' register that we were provided. That is all I can say, my lords.
Dr. Baumia, I'm suggesting to you that in the western region, the figure is 6,238.
My lords, the voters' register we were provided was for western region was a figure of 170, I think.
For the central region, the figure is 3,090. Dr. Baumia.
That is not the figure in the register we were provided.
For Greater Accra region, the figure is 4,656.
In the register we were provided, my lords, there is no entry for FO for Greater Accra.
means that there are no persons in that category in Greater Accra.
That's what we found surprising.
In the Volta region, the figure is 3,960, Dr. Baumia.
We did not find that figure in the Volta region.
Did you find a different figure?
Yes, I think it was probably around 2,600. I mentioned it the last time we were here.
No, you just mentioned the total. That's what you did.
Okay, I think it's around 2,600 for the Volta region. I can confirm that.
Turning to the eastern region, the figure is 3,807. Dr. Baumia?
We did not see in the register that was provided us by the second respondent, my lords. There was no entry for FO for the eastern region.
For Ashanti region, Dr. Baumia, the figure I'm suggesting to you is 4,321.
My lords, in the register we were provided that we have gone through, there is no entry for FO in the Ashanti region.
The figure for Brongahafu, 4,117. Dr. Baumia.
Again, there was no entry for any FO in Brongahafu.
For northern region, the figure is 18,018. Dr. Baumia.
My lords, for the northern region, there was no entry for FO in the register that we were provided.
Upper East, Dr. Baumia, 18,398 is the figure I suggest to you.
My lords, in the register we were provided, there was no entry for Upper East, for FO voters.
Finally, Upper West, 4,254.
In the register we were provided, there was no entry for FO voters for the Upper West region, my lord.
And the total is what I gave you of 70,889.
The total we have, my lords, is 3,196.
Dr. Amir, you are aware that the same register was given to all political parties?
I hope so. I hope so.
Dr. Barmia, you are aware that the biometric verification machine, I think we spoke about that on Thursday, records all those that pass through the verification process.
I'm aware that it records the number of people who pass through.
It also gives the voter's ID card number and the time of verification. Previous no. But Dr. Bonia, for those that are FO, they are registered, they are verified on the register, but the button on the verification machine has to be activated for that purpose, for them to be counted. You are aware of that?
If you say so, I'm not aware of that. But they will not have fingerprints, obviously.
That for voters that are verified by face only, yes. In other words, that those that have no fingerprints, the verification machine has to be activated for them to be included in those that have passed through.
And your answer is, sir?
I said I'm not aware of the technical operation of the machine specifically, but I know that they will not be verified by their fingerprints since those fingerprints don't exist.
Dr. Bamia, in your petition and supported by the affidavit, you cite 6 categories under which you are claiming. Now, amongst them, I'll ask you, I'm suggesting to you that you have not given any indication, or better still, there were no examples of malpractices. Now, there were no examples of malpractices. By the second respondent. Yes. My Lord, he has told us of malpractices, irregularities, etc. And this is why I'm asking that question. He constantly... My Lord, we shall come to the legal definitions, but there are... it may be an irregularity.
My Lord, voting, more votes in the ballot box than ballots issued, or more than what the register is, I think is malpractice, if that is allowed to happen. Similarly, if you vote without verification, if that is allowed to happen, I think that is also malpractice. And if you have voting in locations that are not legally recognized, then that is also malpractice. My lords, if you use duplicate serial numbers in the putting together the results for different polling stations. I think in my book, that is also malpractice. So we have given a lot of examples.
I'm suggesting to you that the allegations that you have provided of malpractices, alleged malpractices, are without substantiation.
I think we have substantiated those allegations, my lord.
Dr. Baumia, I'm also suggesting that you have sought to use errors in transcription and completion of the forms in order to harvest votes for annulment, which is not justified.
Your question, errors in what?
Errors in completion of completion or filling of the accounting part of the pink sheets, my lord.
No, my lords, what we have done is to look at the primary document on the basis of which the election was declared.
Please answer the question.
And we have put together constitutional, statutory, and violations and malpractices and irregularities. And this is what we have put together. All of the 11,138 polling stations, we have got the different categories of violations, and those are what we have an evidence. These are not errors, but they are violations.
Finally, I suggest to you, Dr. Baumia, that your petition is without merit and ought to be dismissed by the court.
I disagree, my lords.
That will be all, my lord.
Yes. Dr. Baumia, when you gave evidence in chief,
Surprised that my learned friend is attempting to cross-examine the witness. We have all along known that the interests of the first and third respondents are the same. But in this court, they have made it manifest by filing a joint affidavit. Having filed a joint affidavit, one counsel has cross-examined the witness extensively. I would have thought that that would be the end of the matter, but it looks like second counsel also wants to have a second bite at the cherry. Is he going to ask the same questions? Well, I thought that all the questions that need to be asked in respect of the same interest has been done by counsel for first respondent.
It's all right.
My lords, I ask because the petitioners thus far have acted by one counsel. But if they are going to be represented by two counsels, even though they have a common affidavit, if it comes to the witnesses or the respondents, will the petitioners be allowed to cross-examine on the basis of one counsel per petitioner? I'm sorry, my lord. A petitioner cross-examine every witness of the respondent. My lord.
Yes, well, I ruled you.
I have authorities I was going to refer your lordships to. I didn't know you were going to act so swiftly. It was not even called to respond.
No, we've heard you. As for the authorities, the law is deemed to be in our bosom. So we have referred to the law within our bosom. Okay, if you have authorities, you can, okay, if you insist, you can bring them up. But, I mean, this, I don't understand.
No, my lord, I'm inclined to sit down. Given the attitude the court has taken, I will not press forward.
Yes. Now, Dr. Baumia, when you gave evidence in chief, you said that Form 1C, as referred to on the pink sheet, was the bottom part of the registration document, which is torn off and given to the person registered. You said that, you remember?
I said Form 1C is what we use to register, but the bottom part of it is torn and laminated and forms your, once it's laminated, that is your voter's ID card.
Now, counsel for the second respondent in cross-examination, counsel tendered a Form 1C, which you have seen. Form 1C, no, there's a Form 1C that was tendered, Exhibit EC something. Yeah, Exhibit EC. Now, just have a look at that. You remember it was tendered to you, Exhibit EC5.
Yes, my lord.
So would you agree that you were wrong?
No, my lord. This is Form 1C, and the bottom of it, as I understand it, is cut, laminated with the details, and that forms part of your voter's ID card. So that is exactly correct, my lord.
Dr. Baumia, you swore on the Holy Quran to tell the truth to this court. Is that not right?
That's right, my lord.
And according to the tenets of your faith, if you don't tell the truth, you're defiling that holy book. Is that not correct? If you don't tell the truth in your answers, you're defiling that holy book.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, Dr. Baumia, what I'm saying to you is that in your evidence in chief, you categorically stated that Form 1C is the voter's ID card, the part that is torn under you said that. I'm putting that to you.
No, my lords. What I said was that the bottom of Form 1C is cut out, laminated, and that forms your voter's ID card with those details there. This is what I recall saying.
Now, during cross-examination by counsel for the first respondent, for the second respondent, he also showed you Exhibit 3E. Doesn't have to show it. So, Exhibit 3, just show it to him. It's in evidence, just show it to him. Exhibit 3E, is that Exhibit 3E?
That is Exhibit 3E, my lord.
And you remember during his questioning, you did not immediately recognize the signature that he was drawing your attention to. You remember?
Yes, I do.
You did not immediately recognize that. That's correct. And then you recognized it.
Yes, I did.
And you indicated that signature is the signature of the first petitioner, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Is that not correct?
That looks like his signature, yes.
Now, since you testified, has he confirmed to you that he indeed signed that document? Has he confirmed that to you?
No, he has not.
You haven't asked him?
No.
You haven't asked him? You have not asked him?
Counsel,
you have not asked him. Answer my question. Have you asked him or have you not asked him?
I have not asked him.
You have not asked him?
Yes.
Fair enough. And before you saw that document in the witness box, you were not aware of the existence of that document. Is that correct?
I was aware that appointments had been made, but the issue that we were dealing with was 22 unknown polling stations. Those 22 polling stations are identified on the collation sheet only by their polling station code, not by their names. In this letter, no polling station codes appear, and so there really is a disconnect.
Dr. Baumia, there is no disconnect. Let me just put my question again and try and give me a truthful, direct answer. Okay? Before you came to this witness box, you've admitted you were not aware of that letter being sent.
Yes, I've not seen this particular letter, no.
You were not aware it was sent?
I've not seen this letter, no.
Now, if you had been aware of that letter, if you had been aware, if you want to answer my questions, you can go into the witness box, but I'm not going to have, I'm not, with the greatest respect,
objecting to the
with the greatest respect, I'm not going to have
objecting to the speculative
side try to coach the witness in the witness box. I'm not going to have that. Yeah, because that's what's happening. I'm beginning a question and I hear speculation and so on. It's not right. It's not right.
Let him finish the question then. Yes.
Now,
it is speculation.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to sit down and say it's speculation.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Yes, yes.
Now, if you had been aware of that letter, Dr. Baumia. What are you objecting to?
There is no jury trial, so that you think, even if the question is allowed,
if you do well, allow counsel to finish the question. And I would want to advise all counsel, if you have any objection, let your lead counsel raise the objection rather than you raise your voice in disapproval or not. It is not fine.
Now, Dr. Baumia, if you had been aware of this letter before you deposed to your affidavit to this court, you would not have included that polling station as an unknown polling station, would you?
I would.
You would have?
Absolutely.
You would have. Good. Now, let me have the exhibits. Now, okay. Now, five others. Is there an exhibit 3? 5 other documents were made available to you, which show that your party, the New Patriotic Party, sent letters in respect of a number of polling stations indicating that polling agents were being appointed to those polling stations. And you have acknowledged that, and it's been tendered in evidence.
Yes, my lord.
Now, if you had been aware of those letters, would you still, in your affidavit, have described them as unknown polling stations?
Yes, my lord. We would have still described them as unknown.
Now, you see, by the way, have you checked, since you gave evidence from any official of your party, whether there are any more such letters in respect of other polling stations? Have you checked per chance?
No, I have not, my lord.
You have not, okay. And you would agree with me that if the polling stations to which these letters are addressed, if those polling stations did not exist, your polling agents would have had no polling stations to go to. You agree with that, would you not?
Yeah.
If they didn't exist, the polling agents would not have had anywhere they would have gone to.
They have to exist legally, not physically. Legally, they did not exist in our books because the polling station codes did not match the codes on the EC register.
You know, Dr. Baumia, I would respectfully suggest that when you're talking legally, you need to be a little bit cautious because you are not the expert on what is legally correct. You see what I mean? So, but your answer is that those polling stations were not legally in existence. Is that your answer?
My answer is that, my lords, the polling stations are identified on every collation sheet only by the polling station code. There's no name. If you look at the collation form, there's no name of the polling station. The only identification label is the polling station code. So if you get a print sheet with a polling station code that's not match what is on the EC register, then it is not known. And this is why we said those polling stations are unknown, my lords.
You see, Dr. Baumia, even though you say that they are unknown, officials of your party knew the polling stations and wrote to the EC to notify the EC that polling agents from your party were going to come. So even though you insist that they were not legally known by you, your party wrote letters to the second respondent. You acknowledge that? About those
I think there's a repetition.
Very well. Very well. And you see, Dr. Baumia, the polling agents, to the best of your knowledge, the polling agents that were identified in these letters, to the best of your knowledge, did they go to the polling station? To the best of your knowledge?
I cannot say.
Very well. But of course, they can say. They, the polling agents whose names are there, they can say whether they went or they did.
Presumably, yes.
Can they not? That is correct. They can say. And you would be able actually to check, if you talk to them, whether they did go or not. Would you not? Would you? You would be able to say, if you talk to those polling agents who represented you, you would be able to say whether they went or not. Would you not?
I think if you talk to each of these polling agents, you'll probably be able to find.
You personally, Dr. Bawumia, as the vice presidential candidate of the NPP, what I'm saying to you is that if you called any of those polling agents, you could check from them directly whether they did actually go to those polling stations.
Well, that is a possibility.
That is correct, yes. Okay. No, sorry. What's your answer? It's a possibility or it's correct?
Yeah, if I call them, I will be able to elicit information about whether they were actually at the polling station or not. Yes.
But you haven't called them?
No, I haven't. Other people have made calls. I haven't made calls personally. Yeah.
You haven't. Okay. Now, Dr. Bawumia, you actually tried in this court to give certain descriptions of your polling agents, which I want to remind you of before I deal with my questions. At some point, you said they were mere observers. Do you recall that?
Yes, so exalted observers.
No. I'm coming.
Oh, okay.
At some point, you said they were mere observers. Did you say so?
I think so.
Yeah. You think so? And at a later stage, you described them as exalted observers.
That's right.
You exalted their status.
Very much so.
Now, Dr. Bawumia, you've been very familiar with CI 75. I hear you make references to it. And I just want to draw your attention to a provision, just to find out whether you were familiar with this provision. I'm not asking for your interpretation, but I just want to know, are you familiar with this provision? Because you've made references to CI 75, you've been saying that's the basis of some of your allegations, so I just want to show you CI 75, Regulation 19.3. No, CI 75 is a public document. Please, just give it to him. Just give it to him. 19.3. Can you just maybe you can just read it aloud.
19 what?
19.3. 19.3. Just read it aloud.
An appointment under sub-regulations 1 and 2 is for the purpose of detecting impersonation, multiple voting, and certifying that the poll was conducted in accordance with the laws and regulations governing the conduct of elections.
Okay, since it referred to an appointment under 1 and 2, please read 1 and 2 as well, just for clarity.
Polling agents 19.1, my lords. A candidate for parliamentary election may appoint one agent to attend at each polling station in the constituency for which candidate is seeking election. 2. A candidate for presidential election may appoint one polling agent in every polling station nationwide.
Were you familiar with this provision before just when I showed it to you? Were you familiar with it?
Reasonably, yes, my lord.
So you're aware that the polling agent is there representing the presidential candidate, and by extension, you, his vice presidential candidate. You're aware of that. You were aware of that.
Yes, my lord.
You were aware of that. And you were also aware that one of the vital duties was to avoid impersonation.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, to avoid impersonation, to avoid multiple voting. Is that not correct?
Yes, my lord.
And you were also aware that the polling agent is there to certify that the poll was conducted in accordance with the laws and regulations governing the conduct. You are aware of that?
Well,
you were aware of that, or you were not aware of it?
The polling agents attest to what actually happened at the polling station.
Dr. Bawumia,
they are not signing to say it's free or fair. They are attesting to what...
You're not answering my question. We'll move quicker if you just answer my question. My question is this: you were aware, based on what you yourself just read, that the polling agent, among his duties, or among the purposes for which he's there, is that he certified that the poll was conducted in accordance with the laws and regulations governing the conduct of elections. You're aware that that's one of the things, the purposes for which he's there. Or you were not aware?
Not aware of that.
You were not aware
of what is on the pink sheet.
Fair enough, fair enough. You were not aware of that because that's not what is on the pink sheet. Is that
what they signed to on the pink sheet is not to say that the election has been conducted in regards to all the laws and it's free and fair. No, they just signed to attest to what has happened at the polling station.
No, Dr. Bawumia, let's go a step at a time. My question, I have not yet come to what they signed. I'll come to that. And I'm sure we'll have a good time on that. But for now, what I'm saying to you is that you were aware that, and I need an answer, that's why I'm repeating it, you were aware that part of the purpose of their being there was so that...
The question has been answered.
Yes, I want him to complete to see whether, is congruent with the preceding question. Then we overruled him. Yes.
My Lord, respectfully, I asked him a question. Was he aware that the purpose for which the polling agent was there included certifying what I read? And he said he's there to certify what he observed in the elections. And I said to him, you have not answered my question, so I'm repeating the question so that you answer it. That's what I said. And I'm repeating the question so that you can give an answer to the question. You see, what I'm saying to you is that according to what you yourself read and according to what you yourself indicated you knew, the polling agent, part of the reason for being there, part of the purpose why he's there, is to be able to certify that the poll was conducted in accordance with the laws and regulations governing the conduct of elections. Were you aware of that, or you were not?
No, I think that the polling agent will certify that the elections happened as indicated on the pink sheet.
Very well. Now, Dr. Bawumia, I see that you really like the pink sheet. I sometimes, forgive me if I call you Dr. Pink Sheet, but let me just show you two of the exhibits that you attached to your affidavit. They're coming from your affidavits.
Just have a look. Those are from amongst your exhibits, and maybe you can just read the exhibit numbers on the top of those two pink sheets.
I think this is MB010, MB-010, and then MB09.
So those fall within which category in your?
Can I just refresh my memory?
If you don't remember, I'm not going to push you. Just leave it. No, just leave it. We want to go on. I don't need you to check that right now. I want to go to more pressing matters on the pink sheet. So let's go on. So have a look at them. Just take your time, have a look at them. There are two pink sheets in respect of two different polling stations, are they not?
That's correct, yeah.
Are you able to read the names of the polling stations?
Asempanaye Cocoa Shed, which is a polling station code G133703, G133703.
The code again?
G133703.
And the second one?
The second one sounds like Presby Primary, Adibu or something like that. I'm not quite, but that is also G133. I think this is G133702, I think.
Okay, so but you're satisfied as you sit there that there are two different polling stations, are you not? You are satisfied that there are two different polling stations?
Yes, I think the pink sheets suggest that.
You are satisfied.
There appear to be two different polling stations, but the signatures are identical.
I'm coming to that. The signatures now.
So let me check
before we get to the signatures. Before we get to the signatures, Dr. Baumia, just turn the two sheets. Turn to the back side.
Okay.
Just read the names. Those are polling agent names, are they not?
They are. The names are the same.
Just read the names.
Jaco Jonathan, Alex, Donko, Appear.
Maybe read them against the parties that they represent. That will help.
Okay. Jaco Jonathan, NDC, Alex Donko, GCPP, Appear David, MPP, Kwame O2, I think PPP. The UFP is not clear. And then Bosco, or is it Samed or Samuel, PNC, the Independent and PC.
Okay.
CPP are not clear.
And as you indicated on the other polling station sheets, exactly the same names appear. Is that not correct?
Exactly. So,
and that cannot happen. I mean, that cannot be correct.
That should not be correct. In fact, it has.
So there must be an error. There must be an error.
My Lord,
would you agree with me?
And we have brought 35 polling stations under the duplicate polling station code category, and most of these 35 polling stations have this type of problem. Joasu Court Hall was one such polling station where we had 3 different pink sheets for the same polling station, and the presiding officer's signatures were different for the same polling station. And this time, a lot of the 35 polling stations that we've brought to this court as having duplicate polling station codes have this peculiar problem of there's 2 different sheets with separate signatures and that sort of thing. So this is part of the problem that we have in the record of this election.
No, it's not. It's not at all. It's not at all. Everything you've just said is not what we are seeing here. What we are seeing here is an exhibit that you have attached to your affidavit, which you are asking this court to rely upon. And you just said to us that the signatures, the names and signatures on the back of your 2 exhibits are the same. And you also acknowledge that that should not be the case.
Precisely.
You acknowledge that it should not be.
That should not be the case. I acknowledge.
And so clearly this court cannot rely on those 2 pink sheets as you have exhibited them.
This court
those two pink sheets
can rely simply because we are saying that these are anomalies. These are anomalies, and this should not be the case. And so we are in court with a lot of these sheets showing these types of anomalies.
Are you saying that if we went to the original pink sheets of those 2, we would see the same polling agent signing? Is that what you're saying?
Well, this is all that we can say. The copies that we have will indicate if these copies are truly made in their correct images, then this will be what we have. I mean, that is exactly what we have. And this is what we have therefore presented.
You see, Dr. Baumia, I'm suggesting to you that the original pink sheets in respect of the 2 polling stations would only have different polling agents because in reality there were different polling agents. So the original pink sheet would only have.
My Lord, we're objecting to this question. I don't know what he refers to as original pink sheets. In any event, whatever it is he's referring to is not before the court. What is before the court are the exhibits that he has shown to the witness, and therefore he has nothing to compare with.
My Lord, this is a frivolous objection with respect. I'm showing him their own exhibits. Their own exhibits are what they are putting before your lordships. And I'm seeking to undermine the value of those exhibits. I don't have any hesitation in telling him what my purpose in cross-examination is.
My Lord, if I can refresh my memory by just checking the categories of these.
Checking the categories is not going to help. So, my Lord, with respect, I'm going to object to any refreshing of his memory because I'm asking a question on the face of the pink sheets. That's what my question is about.
Yeah, I just want to know what we are.
The face of the pink sheet.
I just want to know, my Lord, what it is that we are objecting to as far as these 2 pink sheets in evidence.
It does not matter. I'm cross-examining you, and I've told you the reason why I'm cross-examining on this matter. I don't mind telling you. I'm trying to undermine the value for this court of the exhibits that you brought before this court.
I took an objection to the question by counsel. I have not heard from the court. He's badgering him with supplementary questions on that matter.
Yes.
Now, so just have a look also at that stamp.
This is withdrawn the question. I took an objection to a question that was put to the witness.
when you was talking about the originals being different?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, what was your response?
Yes.
You said...
Now, he hadn't answered the question, and...
No, he's objecting to the question. No, what is your response to his objection?
My response is that it is a frivolous objection, and I am cross-examining the witness on what they allege in their affidavit are copies of pink sheets which they are tendering as evidence in this court to suggest irregularities and so on. And the question that I'm asking him is for the purpose of showing a discrepancy in respect of what they have submitted to this court. That's why I asked him whether if we found the original of those pink sheets, what he's saying would be borne out by that. That is the purpose of the question. And normally, you need not in cross-examination disclose the purpose of your question to the witness. And sometimes that is why when an objection is raised, the witness is actually taken out of the court for the purposes of that. But I realize that we don't have the luxury of time to do that. So I'm letting it be known in the presence of the witness the purpose for which I was asking the question about the original. And I maintain that that question is entirely legitimate.
Any reference to the original in your question? Since the original is not before us, how do we do that? How would we do it?
Is this supplementary to the objection? Because I think an objection to be raised and I have answered. So,
no, I don't quite understand. This is for the bench. I really want to, this relationship, because any reference to the original, before, the original is not before us. So,
but it can be put before you, my lord. It can be put before you.
When?
My lord, that is with respect. I mean, I think I've already shown enough of my hand, but I don't need to show my whole hand.
Objection sustained. Now, my lords, if you can look at the left, where the stamp is, can you read what the stamp says?
This is the document referred to in the oath of Dr. Mbaomia and marked exhibit. Sorry, this is the document referred to in the oath of Dr. Mbaomia and marked exhibit. There's no exhibit number there. Sworn at this day, 5th of April 2013, before me, Commissioner of Oaths.
You said there's no exhibit number there.
Yes, the exhibit number that is on top has not been placed at the bottom there.
And in the second one also there's no exhibit number.
Yes, my lord.
Did you actually go before a Commissioner of Oaths to swear your affidavit?
Yes, yes, I did. The Commissioner of Oaths was present.
Where was that?
We swore the affidavit at the home of the first petitioner, where all this documentation was being put together. So the Commissioner of Oaths came there and we did the swearing. Yeah.
And who was the Commissioner of Oaths?
I don't remember his full name, but I think his signature is here, but I don't remember his full name. Yeah.
And what you're saying is that in that box, you don't see the exhibit number that was supposed to be there?
Yes, I don't see the exhibit number. I think it's missing. I mean, it's on top of the sheet, but wasn't inserted in the.
So that part is blank.
Yes, it is.
And it's blank on both.
Yes, my lords, it is.
And I'm going to show you a number of other things, other exhibits, which have that sort of blankness. But I just want to go back to the backside of the two sheets. Now, can you confirm that the polling agent of your party signed both pink sheets? Can you confirm that?
The name that is representing the polling agent of my party, the name has a signature attached. I can't confirm if he was actually the one who signed, but there's a name with a signature. And for both sheets, you have voting without biometric verification. That is the issue.
But you would agree that if that person who signed was in the first constituency, he could not at the same time have been in the other constituency.
I agree, and this is what I answered, my lords, earlier on, that this would be an anomaly. But regardless, the two pink sheets show voting without biometric verification in both polling stations.
That is what I'm coming to, so I like your anticipatory spirit. Look at C3. That is where the voting in respect of the biometric issue comes, isn't it? C3.
Yes, my lord.
On the sheet. Okay? And just take one at a time and read what's there. And
for the Westby primary polling station, the number of people who voted without biometric verification, I think, is 365. And for the Asampa Naye Koko Shed, the number of people who voted without biometric verification is 37.
Okay. Now, you see, you have read those entries in the pink sheet to mean the number of people who voted
without biometric verification. That is how you have read it. So, is that correct? That's how you read it.
The question is, what is the number of ballots issued?
Dr. Baumia, you just answered the question, and I want to be clear in my mind before I move on to the next question. You have just interpreted that part of the pink sheet, C3, as indicating those who voted without biometric verification.
That's correct.
That's how you've interpreted it. Now just read the question or the statement that is made against C3. Can you read
C3,
that?
my lords, reads, what is the number of ballots issued to voters verified by the use of Form 1C, but not by the use of the biometric verification device?
Now, that question doesn't mean what you said. That question says, what is the number of voters verified by Form 1C? Is that not correct?
But not by the biometric verification device.
So that question is really about those in respect of whom a Form 1C has been used. Is that not correct?
But not by the biometric verification device.
But in respect of whom Form 1C has been used.
Yes, but not by the biometric
So, Dr. Baumia, you acknowledge that Form 1C provides a legal authority in respect of some. You acknowledge that. You acknowledge you acknowledge that in your evidence, under cross-examination. You acknowledge that Form 1C is used in respect of people in respect of whom FO or something is written. You acknowledge that, didn't you?
What I said was that if you are allowed to vote essentially with your voter's ID card and not with fingerprint verification, then that information will be entered in C3.
What I'm putting to you, Dr. Baumia, is that C3, as on the pink sheet, is about those in respect of whom Form 1C has been issued. That's the information in C3. Those in respect of whom Form 1C has been issued to verify their authority to vote.
Form 1C is issued to every voter. Every voter has a voter's ID card. It's issued to every voter.
Dr. Baumia, you're simply wrong. Form 1C, and please give him Form 1C again, because this is really rather important, and you're just misleading the court. Form 1C is not given to every voter, Dr. Baumia. Please.
Form 1C captures it's a captured voter information form. It's titled Captured Voter Information Form. For all voters, you have a Form 1C. If you go to register, every voter fills in the Form 1C. The bottom is cut off, laminated, and given to you as your voter's ID card.
See,
every voter has that Form 1C.
Dr. Baumia, now you're taking us outside the pink sheet. You see, yes, you're taking us outside the pink sheet. And, my Lord, is the court very countenance? My Lords have, raised issues about what is happening in this court, and I don't understand it. Very well, my Lord, I'll continue. Yeah. From 1C, I'm putting it to you, Form 1C is issued in respect of those authorized to vote without their finger having to be put through the verification device.
That's not correct at all. That's very wrong.
And I'm putting it to you further. Order. So, Dr. Bawumia, are you now saying that Form 1C is each voter's ID? Are you now saying that?
My lords, it's captured voter information, Form 1C, and every voter fills in this form. Every person who registers fills in this form biometrically.
You see at the bottom, the line here, disability. The line with disability. Is that, do you see that line?
Yes.
Is that the line which would show if there is a disability?
It is. If you don't have a disability, it doesn't have to be marked.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so if a presiding officer at a polling station such as the ones that you have, if you're saying that if he reads the issue in C3 as being a statement of those who voted without biometric verification but who are authorized to vote, you say that he got it wrong. If that is how you interpreted it, you would say
I think if you are authorized to vote without biometric verification, that information should be captured in C3. I would agree with you. The second respondent says nobody voted without biometric verification.
Yes, but
and the information we have is 535,000 people voted without biometric verification. Another stage they say is transposition error.
Yeah,
so
Dr.
it's just
Bawumia,
difficult.
you see, Dr. Bawumia, you are saying that if somebody voted without the biometric verification device and he was entitled to vote, that would have to be entered in C3.
I agree.
You are saying that?
I agree.
I'm sorry, Community Center Aliheli, A-L-I-H-E-L-I. No, give it. Code number. And the code is E251205. 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 Let's give it to him. It's an exhibit in evidence. Just give it to him. Just give it to him. I'm asking you to give it to him. Just give it to the witness. This is an exhibit, right? It's an exhibit that has been tendered, attached to your...
We need to satisfy ourselves that it is our exhibit. We need to see.
Is that your exhibit? One of the things you attached?
Yes, my lords. Exhibit number MBD 62.
And can you look at what's in C3 on that exhibit?
C3 is 1.
1. Would you agree with me that that means one person was authorized to vote without his finger going through the biometric verification device?
Definitely not. It means one person voted without going through the biometric verification device.
And how would you know from just looking at the pink sheet whether that one person was authorized to vote without the biometric verification device? How would you know?
Well, if you look at the voters register for Eastern Region, we do not have any FOs, for example. And that means that one person could not have been authorized to vote without biometric verification.
Yeah, but that information you're just giving us is not on the face of the pink sheet. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's not on the face of the pink sheet.
It's not on the face of the pink sheet.
Yeah,
very well, very well. Have a look at this other one also. Exhibit MBD 64. Can you look at what C3 has in that sheet, please?
I think it's 1.
It's 1. Yeah. And I'm suggesting to you that on the face of that pink sheet, you cannot say whether that one person was legally authorized to vote without his finger being passed through the verification device. Would you agree with me on the face of that pink sheet?
Yeah, you just the information. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah.
You would agree with me.
Yeah.
And yet, just read the votes tally at the bottom. Just read the votes tally.
95.
Perhaps candidate by candidate.
Okay. John Dramani Mahama 87. Henry Lati 0. Nana Akufo-Addo 6, Pakwesindum 0, Kwesi Odike 0, Hassan Ayaraga 0, Michael Abu Sakara Foster 0, Jacob Osei Yeboah 0. Total valid votes of 93 and rejected ballots of 2.
And your purpose in putting this exhibit before this court is to have those votes annulled. To have those votes on that pink sheet annulled. Is that your purpose?
The purpose, yes, is that
it is your purpose. That's the answer.
To look at only legal votes in this election.
Yes.
That you want to count only legal votes. That is the purpose, my lord.
You see, Dr. Bawumia, I'm going to show you a few more. By the way, did you notice what region that one was and whether there are any authorized?
I think this is Eastern Region.
And your answer is that Eastern Region, you were not aware of any FO qualified voters. That's part of your claim. Have a look at this one also. Can you see what's in C3 on that sheet?
Again, 1.
1.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a new one that I just gave him.
MBF 30. BF 30.
And the polling station is what?
EPJSS B Wegbe.
That sounds a bit like Volta region, isn't it? You can't tell.
It is.
It is Volta region.
Yes.
You know that.
Yes, the code suggests.
The code suggests that. Good. So tell us what's in C3.
C3 is 1. And in this polling station, you have overvoting as well as voting without verification.
Now, just read the votes cast in that polling station against each of the candidates.
John Dramani Mahama 574, Nana Akufo-Addo 77, Kwakwesi Ndom 1, Akwesi Odike 0, Ayarga Hassan 0, Michael Abu Sakara Foster 1. Total valid votes 653, rejected 4. Total votes in the ballot box 657.
Now, from what you've said, you are aware that in the Volta region, you have some people who are authorized to vote without their finger going through them.
Yes, we are. In fact, that had the highest proportion of the data. But it probably is the case that this polling station was not one of them.
Sorry?
It's probably the case that this polling station was not one of them.
We can't tell that just on the face of the pink sheet, can we?
No. On the face of the pink sheet, you can say that there is overvoting and that one person voted without biometric verification.
So you cannot say that that one person was not authorized to vote without his finger being put through.
No, on the face of the pink sheet, you cannot.
You cannot say. That's correct. Now have a look at this also, Exhibit MBD 38. MBD, B for boy and D for David, 38. The polling station code is K, I can't say whether it's 0 or O, but K K04010, K04010. Zero 40101. Now that polling station is Charikpong. Can you read it, please?
Charikpong Primary.
Charikpong Primary. And being such an expert, tell us which region that is. Are you able to tell us? If not. I mean, I'm not holding you to it.
I think this is Upper West region.
You think that's Upper West region?
And
from the polling code?
Yes, my lord. And this polling station had overvoting as well as voting without biometric verification by 2 people.
And in C3, you have the figure 2. Is that not correct?
Yes, my lord.
And you interpret that to mean there has been voting without biometric verification in that polling station. That's your interpretation. Is that not correct?
That is what it says, yes.
That is your interpretation. Now, are you able to tell on the face of the pink sheet whether those 2 persons were authorized to vote without the finger going through the verification device? On the face of the pink sheet?
No. The second respondent has always maintained nobody voted without biometric verification.
Yes, but you cannot tell on the face of the pink sheet, which is your gospel, you cannot tell whether those 2 people were authorized or not.
Not on the face of this pink sheet. But
and you also have told this court that you are aware that in the Upper West region there were numbers of people who could vote.
No, there was no, it was 0 as far as
you are aware.
FO voters, Upper West was 0.
Okay.
No,
okay. So what you are saying to this court is that when you saw this sheet coming from Upper West, which from your information didn't have anybody authorized to vote without his finger being put through the verification device, when you saw that sheet coming from Upper West, you immediately concluded that there was an irregularity. Is that not correct? Apart from the other irregularities that you mentioned, on biometric verification, the reason that you brought this sheet within the category is because you concluded that those 2 people were not authorized.
Yes, that was the conclusion, and if overvoting as well.
That was the conclusion in respect of the biometric.
My lords, counsel should allow the witness to finish answering his question before he moves to the next one. You are badgering him. Allow him. Exercise some patience.
Yes, my lords, this category deals with overvoting as well as voting without biometric verification, and the information on the pink sheet shows that there was overvoting in at this polling station as well as voting without biometric verification.
You see, Dr. Baumia, we understand that you have different categories. So I'm trying to go category by category. So for the moment, I'm sticking to biometric verification device. I'll come to the overvoting, and again, I'm sure we'll have a good time on that. But let us stick to the biometric verification device. I'm saying that you came to that conclusion about this being a candidate for the biometric verification issue because, according to you, it's in the Upper West region, and according to you, in the Upper West region, nobody was qualified to vote without his finger going through. That's your evidence. Is that it?
Yes, that
is your
in 2 people were allowed to vote without biometric verification, and we do not have any records to indicate that they are allowed legally to do so at this polling station.
Now, just read again against the name. Sorry, I'm sorry. Very well. Just read again the votes that were counted at that polling station.
Right. The votes that were totaled as a result of the overvoting and voting without biometric verification were as follows. John Dramani Mahama 143, Henry Latte 3, Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo 52, Pakwe Sindum 1, Ayasanayaga 1, making a total of 200, 3 rejected votes, making a total of 203.
And if you would just read the names of those who were your parties, the various parties' candidates.
For the various parties, Bamuro Linus, NDC, Lebambe Genes, NDC, Kanwubel Vespa, MPP, Kwesi Bantieko, MPP.
And so the polling agent that represented the first petitioner certified on that
there was overvoting as well as voting without biometric verification.
And are you able to show us on which part of that pink sheet he certified that there was overvoting? Is there a place where he certifies that there was...
He certified to the information on this pink sheet.
Okay.
Including the overvoting.
We'll come there. We'll come there. Just take your time. We'll come to the overvoting.
Lunch break, resume at 1:30. When we come back, we'll see whether the lunch was biometrically verified.
But my lords, may I just also indicate that we are taking the liberty of the lunch break to give a list of some of the things that we'll be showing, because we slightly anticipated your practice directives this morning.
Lunch break. We intend taking our lunch break, so we will not look at anything during our lunch break.
All right. Well, I thought there was a convention to run. However, we'll top it with, say, 15 minutes after lunch for that exercise to happen.
Very well.
I fully respect their desire not to spoil their lunch break. I respect that.
Yes.
Court is taking a short break. All rise.
Hearing at the Supreme Court. Today's sitting began with the Electoral Commission Counsel, Mr. Iden, providing a original.
On those two sheets, if you look at C3 also, can you give the numbers there?
These two sheets, C3 is 1 and then 2. And then for each of these, you have overvoting as well.
So it's in the category that you combine overvoting and BVD. It's in that category.
Yes, it is.
According to your analysis.
Yes, it is.
Now, can you read the votes attributed to candidates on each of those two sheets? I am going to make a list available of these and the others. So
the votes attributed to each of these candidates following overvoting and voting without verification are as follows. John Dramani Mahama, 171 for Netikope Frankadia polling station, EO11902. John Dramani Mahama, 171, Henry Latte 0, Nana Akufo-Addo 18, Parkway Syndrome 1, Akwesi Odike 0, Ayariga Alasan 0, Michael Abusakara Foster 0, Jacob Osei Yeboah 0. Total valid votes 190, rejected votes 3, total votes in the ballot box 193.
And then the next one?
On the next one, the votes as a result of overvoting and voting without biometric verification are John Dramani Mahama 129, Henry Latte 1, Nana Akufo-Addo 30, making a total of 160 with rejected ballots of 5 and a total in the ballot box of 165.
So, on the case that you are making, the votes of those who voted for Nana Akufo-Addo would also be annulled. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
All the votes in that polling station.
That is correct.
Would be annulled according to your proposition.
It's according to the proposition of the second respondent and according to the law that if you have overvoting, even if it is by one vote, that those votes will be annulled. And similarly, if you are voting without biometric verification, my lord, those votes would also be annulled.
Now, you can keep repeating this as long as you like, but at this time, I've told you I'll come back to the overvoting, but at this time I'm dealing with the biometric verification issue. Your case on that is that in these polling stations where there is an indication on C3 that one person or two people voted verified by Form C1 but not by the fingerprint verification device, your case is that is a basis for annulling those votes. That is your case.
It is the case, my lords, of the second respondent. They have said
I don't want to hear about the case of the second respondent because you are not in a position to give the case of the second respondent. They are there in their own right. I'm asking you about your case as one of the petitioners. Your case is that those votes in that polling station where one person, according to you, voted without being verified, those votes should be annulled. Isn't that your case?
Yes, my lord. You and I were not at the polling station. You and I were not at the polling station. The vote was organized by the second respondent. The second respondent says nobody voted.
Have you understood the question?
Yes, my lord.
Yes. So is it yes or no?
Yes, it is our case that wherever voting without biometric verification took place as inconsistent with the voters' register for FOs, those particular votes should be annulled in accordance with the law.
And you say so even in respect of polling stations where on the face of the pin sheet you are not able to tell this court whether there were people who were FOs or not. On the face of the pink sheet.
But we don't make that decision on the face of the pink sheet. We check with the voters register to see if they are actually allowed to vote without verification.
But on the face of the pink sheet, you do admit in these two that I just put to you. On the face of the pink sheet.
We don't make the decision whether to come here and ask for nullification on the face of the pink sheet in this case. We look at the voters register to see if they are actually allowed to vote without verification. How many people in that polling station?
Dr. Baumia, you've been telling this court persistently that your case is based on the pink sheet.
Yes, my lords.
But what you are saying now is that in certain situations, you also made reference to the biometric register. Is that correct?
Yes, my lord.
Okay. And your polling agents at each of these polling stations also had available the biometric register.
To the extent possible, my lords. I'm not quite sure how many had available the biometric register.
So your polling agents, before signing any of these sheets that I'm putting before you, were in a position to determine, you, as you said, you were not there, I was not there certainly, but your polling stations were there. And they were in a position to determine whether indeed those people were qualified to vote on the register or not. Were they not?
Well, I cannot tell you what position they were in at the time.
Very well.
But
Very well.
The evidence is there.
But if they had the biometric register available to them, they could tell at that polling station, could they not?
Well, I'm not sure. The second respondent says this section was filled in error, that it should never have been filled. So this attempt to rationalize why people fill this particular form, I'm not quite sure, because the one who organized the election, the second respondent, tells us that this section should not have been filled. It was filled in error. Another time it was transposition error. So you and I were not there, so we cannot really read into why people feel this or what they were using in that sense. All we can say is that they voted without biometric verification.
Dr. Baumia, you and I were not there, but your polling agents were there.
Yes, my lords.
And your polling agents had a responsibility to verify whether somebody who was not qualified to vote was being allowed to vote. Your polling agents had that responsibility, did they not?
My lords, our polling agents signed the pink sheets to attest to what actually happened at the polling station.
You're not answering my question.
Come again.
Your polling agents had the responsibility to verify.
Yes, they had the responsibility.
No,
yes.
You haven't heard my question yet. Your polling stations had the responsibility to verify whether anybody who was not qualified to vote was being allowed to vote.
One would expect them to do that, but the ultimate responsibility lies with the second respondent.
Now, and in these polling sheets that polling station sheets that I've given you, there is no indication that your polling agents who were there, you were not there, I was not there, but they were there, right? There's no indication that they raised any alarm about somebody being allowed to vote who was not qualified to vote. There's no indication on the face of the pink sheets. Is that not correct?
Oh no, there is no indication on the face of the pink sheet that they attested to that particular irregularity by signing it.
Now, can we give them a list? I do not wish to go through each one of those, so I'm going to give a list of these. Is this still anything? I'm going to give a list, and I'm going to give him the remaining pink sheets related to these and then maybe he can just confirm what is on the list. Let's just be sure that. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm pretty certain. Let's give it to you. These are the ones I'm dealing with now. No. That's a different thing. No, those we finalized during the break. We didn't want to call your lunch.
I'm under the impression that by the method you are adopting, you have prepared a chart reflecting these documents you are introducing. Because you see scrolling them by numbers and code.
That's what I've done right now. In respect of this biometric issue.
All right.
In respect of biometric issue, I have that list to that.
Oh, okay.
Yes. my lord.
All this was to be done during that time.
During the break, there was a bigger lot, which is what I'm moving to, which we started working on, and we could not even finish before. We couldn't finish, so that's just been completed. So this was a shorter list, which I thought would not take.
It should have been done since the Friday break, There are time in between. So, okay, this is supplementary to the practice direction. That all these things should be done.
My lords,
honors this.
We acknowledge that we have to do our best, but there are also only 24 hours in a day, and we don't always manage to do all that we would like to do in the 24 hours. But we'll do our best to keep abreast with the pace of your lordships. Tony, don't worry about that. Tony, you need to get the list back. I want to give him one. Now, you have the list. We made a list, which I just like you to. Your council have confirmed that everything there is on the list, but I'd like you to confirm it because you are in the hot seat. So I think you should confirm it. So
this list of 20.
Yes, and relate them to the exhibits that you have in your hand.
Okay, this is Cherepon Primary, I think. Have we done is this Cherepon Primary?
That's been taken, yes.
Part of it?
Yes. It's number 2 on that list.
Okay, yes. Here you have overvoting as well as voting without verification. Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus of Nazareth, I think it's on number 14. Jesus of Nazareth, that is CO 807. Sunday, I don't see the back page, but I think this is a polling station with an MBF, so you have overvoting, voting without biometric verification, no signature, and duplicate serial number, all in one polling station.
I mean, yes, please go on. What the list is meant to help you do is, in order to make things move, just to check that every exhibit is on that list. That's really the point at the moment. But if you want to repeat your usual statements, you're welcome to do that.
No, I'm just saying that for this.
Can you confirm that the exhibits you have are the ones listed? Can you confirm that so we proceed?
Yeah, this is here. LA Primary School. Yeah, another one with overvoting, duplicate serial number, no biometric verification, and no signature. The same here for African Advanced Technical Primary. Yeah. Again, overvoting, no verification, no signature.
Council wants you to just compare. If it's on the list, just let us know.
DC Primary Kwame is. Yeah, it's here. DA Primary School, Kweho. Yeah, that's it first. Yeah, so here. Operators. Community Center. CMB share.
And these two that you looked at also, you can confirm on that list. We went through those earlier.
Yes, my lords.
Now, in each case, as far as these polling stations are concerned, and as far as the biometric verification issue is concerned on C3, in each case, you are saying to this court, you are asking this court that on the basis of one or two people who are indicated as having, to be sure of the words, it says, what is the number of ballots issued to voters verified by the use of Form 1C? So, in respect of these sheets, where one or two voters have been verified by Form 1C, you are asking this court to say that there has been illegality in respect of biometric verification. That is your case to this court.
For each of these sheets, my lord, you have actually more than one violation or irregularity.
Yes, but I'm asking you the question in respect of one for the moment. We will deal with others as we get to those, but I'm asking you the question in respect of one particular case of illegality that you are alleging, biometric verification device.
For all of the cases of the non-use of the biometric verification device, we cannot find anything on the register that would say that these people were potentially able to vote legally. And this is why we are asking that those votes be characterized as illegal in respect of voting without biometric verification.
Did you check the register to see whether these people...
Yes, we did, as I stated earlier.
And how were you able to tell which of the people who are put in C3, how are you able to tell?
My lords, as I said earlier, for each polling station, the number of people who are allowed to vote without verification are listed for each polling station for the FOs. So if you have more than one person or just one in the C3 and there's one person or more allowed to vote, you don't really want to count that. But as we said, the second respondent says nobody voted without verification. That is their response, and we are showing that people did vote without verification. But you and I were not there, so we go with what the second respondent said.
No, we go with what your polling agent certified. Because in all these cases, I'm suggesting to you, your polling agents certified. Is that correct? Can you check that also and verify that?
The polling agents signed.
Can you verify that? I think you need to look before you answer the question.
Well, as I said, our polling agents in many of these cases, this has no signature attached. No polling agents signed. But for the most part, the presiding officers didn't even sign for most of these. Our polling agents attested to what actually happened at the polling station.
And I'm suggesting to you that there is no certification by any of your polling stations, any of your polling agents, in respect of any of these polling stations regarding anybody not qualified to vote according to the register voting?
Our polling agents signed attesting to exactly what happened at the polling station, including the voting without biometric verification, my lords.
Can you answer my question? My question is there on the face of any of these pink sheets any certification by any polling agents of yours that somebody who was not qualified to vote voted? Is there a certification or is there not? I mean, we can...
The polling agents certified that for each of these places, 2 people, 3 people, 1 person voted without verification. Our examination of the voters register showed that these people were not qualified to vote.
I still must ask you my question, because I'm asking about your polling agents who were representing the first petitioner and yourself. Is there any certification by any of them that there was anybody not qualified to vote who voted? Is there a certification or not? Please, let's be quite truthful.
They only have a signature which attests to what actually happened at the polling station. They did not write a letter to say so and so did not do that. No, there was not that type of certification. They just attested to what happened at the polling stations, my lord.
Now, Dr. Baumia, you would expect, if you put somebody there to protect your interest, you would expect that such a person, if he or she saw an unauthorized voter being allowed to vote, you would expect that polling agent to protest on your behalf, would you not?
Oh, one would expect, but you and I were not there. One doesn't know what happened at the polling station, the issues that were there, so I cannot read.
Now, you and I were not there, but your polling agents were there.
That's right.
And indeed, Dr. Baumia, is it not the case that you supplied your polling agents with mobile telephones to report anything that was amiss to you at the headquarters? Is that the case or not?
Oh, yes. I think there were a lot of mobile phones that polling agents had. And as I said...
And the reason you supplied them those mobile phones was so that they could notify you of anything that went amiss at the polling station. Is that not right?
My lords, counsel should allow the witness to finish his answer. You always butt in the middle of the answer. Allow him to finish.
As I said before, my lords, we had reports across the country from agents and supporters alike about irregularities that were taking place, violations at various polling stations. At the end of the day, my lords, we could only rely on the evidence, and this is what we have brought to court. The one who conducted this election is the second respondent. And even if one candidate does not have a polling agent there, one still expects that the integrity of the electoral process should be maintained.
So, Dr. Baumia, none of the polling agents in any of these polling stations that I have provided you with right now, none of the polling agents there gave you any report of somebody not authorized to vote who was allowed to vote.
Well, me personally, I'm not aware, but I'm sure that the reports were going all over the place. The bottom line is that they only attested to what happened at the polling station.
That's your bottom line.
That is the bottom line.
I will show you why it is not the bottom line. I will show you that. You see, the bottom line is actually the right to vote of the citizens of Ghana. Is that not so?
Yes, if they've gone through all the required processes.
And the bottom line is actually that no citizen of Ghana who has a constitutional right to vote can just have his vote just arbitrarily taken away from him. You would agree with that?
Well, my lords, I'm not a lawyer, but the Constitution talks about valid votes, only valid votes. And so if your votes are not valid, they will not be counted. And the Constitution, in my understanding, anticipates that.
Well, fortunately, we're in the Supreme Court, and it's not Justice Baumia's court. Sorry.
It's actually a legal submission. It's supposed to address. This is not for evidence.
No, my lord. The witness has made statements regarding his understanding and the understanding with which they guided their polling agents. So what I'm seeking to do is at least establish clearly that they did not have certain reports in respect of these polling stations. That's basically what I'm trying to do.
That you are now addressing him legally on I didn't write it.
Now, Dr. Baumia, would you agree with me that we have to tender that? Okay, my lords, with respect, we'd like to tender this list, which we have put before the. In this list, we have gone previously through 4 of them, and I then supplied him with the remainder so that I don't have to be repetitive. The 4 that we supplied him with were, I believe, you didn't show it on here. Do you have it?
I think it's with them. No, get it.
The 4 that we previously provided him with were number 4, number 7, number 9, and 13 on this list. Okay, that's it. That's the 4 that. This is 4. Yes. Just a minute. I haven't quite finished. Now, Dr. Baumia, I would just show you amongst the list that we have provided you with. I will just show you a number of them which I will come to more fully later, but because you've seen them now, I just want to draw your attention to that so you can reflect on it a little bit. Just look at, very well. All these are in the list that I've tendered. I'm just taking a number of them. This last list, the list of 20, I think, all of them are in that list. Now, just observe where the Commissioner of Old Stamp is. And just observe in the case of each one. As I said, I'm not going to proceed on that right now because we're compiling a whole list of that. But I just want you to observe in each one where the Commissioner of Old Stamp is, there is no exhibit number. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to look at this single pink sheet in respect of the Aquino polling station, exhibit MBN 41. MBN 41. MBN 41, and the polling station code is EO 21603. EO 21603. Aquino. E0. What did I say? E0, I'm sorry. E0 21603. E0. Can you just check with him? Yeah. Now, if you look at that exhibit, what do you find in C1?
333.
And what do you find in C3?
I think it's 333, I think.
338, I think is what you see there.
338, yeah.
It's 338, is it
338, yes, it is.
And you would agree that that doesn't make sense? You would agree that it doesn't make sense?
Yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
Now,
we're both not there.
No,
it doesn't
exactly.
make sense.
Actually, that's exactly what I was going to say. You and I were not there. But just check to see the polling station, the polling agents who were there before you crank your calculator. I just need you to check.
Yes, I have.
And what do you see there? What names do you see there? And against which parties?
Okay, you have OK Rose for NDC.
Can you speak louder? So
OK Rose for NDC, Tay Felix Mate for PPP, and Boshoke Wewelo for MPP.
And on the face of that pink sheet, there is no certification by the NPP. He signed it, right? The NPP polling agent, he signed it.
Yes,
and on the face of that pink sheet, there's no certification by him of anything that went wrong.
The declaration, my lords, is that we, the undersigned, do hereby declare that the results shown above are true and accurate account of the ballots in this polling station. That is what they signed.
That is what they signed.
Yes.
Yes, I'm glad you read that. The results shown, is that not what he says?
Yes, above.
The results shown.
That's right.
Okay, now just hold on to that pink sheet. That's very important. I'm glad you reminded me about that. Now, if you just look before the votes are set against each name, what is the heading of that part of the pink sheet?
Presidential elections polling station results form.
That's the polling station results form.
That's right.
And would you agree with me that that results part of the polling sheet is actually the most important part of the polling sheet? Would you agree with me?
No, I will not agree with you.
Would not agree with you. I thought as much.
Definitely not.
Yes. And the reason you would not agree with me is because there is information that is also needed about what took place at the polling station.
There are three main parts of the form, and they have to be internally consistent.
Yes, okay. So when your polling agent says, we understand, he includes himself in, we understand, you hereby declare that the results shown above are a true and accurate account of the ballots in this polling station. You would agree that they are confirming that these numbers on the results part of the form were indeed accurately presented, accurately declared at the station at the end of voting, would you not?
They were.
Would you agree or would you not?
I'm sorry.
Too many. Once it says they certify the results, the certification, embraces all that follows. So, I mean, to go down piecemeal, I don't see
yes, my Lord, can you read the votes that were on that polling sheet?
Right. This polling station, you had voting without verification, no signature of the presiding officer, and it's also a duplicate serial number, my lords. And the votes that resulted from these irregularities are as follows: John Dramani Mahama, 217. Henry Latte, 0. Nanak Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, 96. Bakri Sindom, 3. Making a total of 316, with rejected ballots of 16.
And what you are asking this
type of answer, I didn't need the preamble that you preceded it with. Just about those things, let us move, you see. Yes.
And your case before this court is that all those votes at that polling station should be annulled. That is your case.
Our case is that the law should be followed and that those votes that are illegal should be annulled.
And you acknowledge that this court may well not agree with your legal It is possible. Is it possible? Have you?
No, I think this is a vexatious question. So next question.
Very well. Very well. Now, I'm going to show you a number of polling station pink sheets, which we have showed to your council. I think they're over 100. And following on my question about this earlier polling station, I want you to look at these also, and then perhaps answer my question. The list has been supplied to them. Yeah, they have the list. Yeah. There's the one. Okay, they finished. Okay, very well. Very well. Now, you indicated in answer to my question on the last, pink sheet that I showed you, you indicated that there was something that was an anomaly. That was your word, wasn't it? Now, that was your word. It was an anomaly where you saw 338 in C3, 333 in C1. You said it was an anomaly.
Yes, I don't expect the number of. Yes.
Now, I'd like you to look at each of these as well. And again, if I may try to be helpful, I mean, it's 100 and more, 140 or so. And with the greatest respect, I do not necessarily want him to go through every single one, even though every single one is relevant for this court. So what I'd like to do, if your lordships are agreeable, is that I will just use one or two as examples, and then the rest will be a matter of addressing you about the consequences for the others. But I do want him to verify the list so that we can put the list in evidence, if that's agreeable to your lordship. I do not intend to go through each of these.
Unless there is nothing that can cause controversy from the submissions you'll be making. If there will be, he has to have the opportunity to go through all.
Very well. Because I believe that it's fair for the witness to have the opportunity to look at each of them.
Have they?
Yes, they have. They have.
Yes.
So let him. So in each of these pink sheets, the same number in C1 is also in C3, in each one of them. Can you just confirm that? And please take your time.
Yes, my lord, I can confirm that the same number is in C1 as in C3 on each of these forms.
Now, of course, you were not at any of those polling stations.
Yes, my lord.
But you had polling agents at each of those polling stations.
Yes, my lord.
And there is no certification by any polling agent that you had at each of these polling stations that anybody was allowed to vote who was not authorized to vote. There's no certification on any of these polling stations, is there?
Well, you've asked this question already, and I'm saying that our polling agents attested to what went on at the polling station, including the people who were not verified to vote biometrically.
Now, if indeed it was the case at any polling station that all the voters who were issued with ballot papers voted without biometric verification device and were not entitled to do so, you would expect your polling station, your polling agents to notify your party about that, would you not?
We had several reports, even news reports. On the day of the voting, the first respondent was publicly out there advocating that people should be allowed to vote without verification. We had reports from all over the country with presiding officers on the news that people were actually voting without verification. So this report, these results were not a surprise to us at all, that you would have 100% voting without verification. In some cases, you have 0 voting without verification. In some cases, you have 5% voting. You had a spectrum. We had 2,240 polling stations, 535,000 people actually voting without verification.
But in relation to these polling stations, you do not see on the face of the pink sheet any certification to the effect that somebody voted who was not authorized to vote. On the face of these.
The presiding officer has certified.
He's not answering the question, so I have to repeat it. He's not answering the question. On the face of these pink sheets, there is no certification. He's telling us that there were reports all over the country and all that. That's not an answer to the question.
The presiding officer has certified that these people voted without verification. He's certified.
None of your polling agents.
Yes, but the presiding officer filled the form.
So you're not answering my question, but I will move on because it will go down as you're not answering my question. No, here's the top one. Now, can you just look at the vote count that is on this polling sheet? And if you would give the name of this particular polling sheet, its polling station is Old Urban Community Hall, Keta. Community is spelled as C-O-M, and then Hall, so community is shortened, Hall in Keta. Old Urban Community Hall, Keta. Can you just read what the votes were in that polling station?
Old Urban Community Hall, Keta. John Dramani Mahama, 383. Henry Herbert Latte, 0. Nana Akufo-Addo, 10. Parkway Dome, I think 393, I'm not quite sure. And then UFP is 93, Ayarga 0, Sakara Foster 0, Jacob Oseyeboa 0.
And your case before this court is that all those votes that you read out should be annulled. That is your case before
My
this
Lord,
court.
to the extent that this polling station had duplicate serial numbers as well as voting without verification, it is our case that those votes were illegal and should be annulled.
Can you give me his exhibit, his affidavit on the exhibit showing just relax. His affidavit. Misplace it again. Yeah. No, yours has marks in it. It's very well. Now, you referred in your answer earlier, you referred to people voting without verification in terms of what was said all around the country, and you said the first respondent said something. I just refer you to this exhibit which is attached to your affidavit, and just confirm that that is what you are referring to. This is your exhibit from My Joy Online, quoting various people. Exhibit MB, I think there's another letter. Exhibit MB. MBB, MB-B. That is the reference you were making earlier to the president giving his view about biometric verification. Is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yes, my lords.
Now, in that exhibit, you will notice that apart from the president, a number of other people also stated a view about biometric verification device. You'll notice that, don't you?
Yeah, there were several views, but only one law.
And in the fourth paragraph, if you would just read that fourth paragraph.
The president of the Upper East Regional House of Chiefs, Nana Sigri, told Joy News his wife and many subjects had not been able to vote despite the fact that their names are in the register.
And then in the next paragraph,
Joy News' Hashmin Mohammed reported from the northern regional capital, Tamale, that chiefs are appealing to the EC to do something about the situation.
Now, you would agree that the concern that is being expressed is a concern that people who are registered to vote may be deprived of their vote. Is that the concern or is it not? I mean, just let's be clear about the concern. That people who are registered to vote may not be allowed to vote. Do you understand that to be the concern expressed or not?
But the first respondent appealed to the EC to allow people who are registered to vote without going through biometric verification. Basically, that the law should be broken.
You haven't answered my question, Dr. Baumia. You haven't answered my question. Is the concern that was expressed in your exhibit, is it a concern that people who were registered to vote may not be allowed to vote? Is that the concern?
Our concern is
I'm not talking about your concern. I'm talking about the concern of the people mentioned in your exhibit.
Yes, that people were being frustrated in the process of voting. But the law
even though they were registered to vote.
That's correct. Yes. But the law is the law. And the first respondent was appealing for the law to be set aside.
Dr. Baumia, you are not correct in your view of the law. So I wish you would stop giving these statements about the view of, because that is what is creating the problem. You are stating a view of the law, and you want us to be held to ransom by your view. You want voters. Your view of the law is the basis on which you want the annulments that you are seeking in this case. Is that not correct? Your view of the law, that is the basis you are seeking these annulments. Is that not correct?
My lords, we are seeking these annulments because the votes that...
says that's the concern, but the law is the law.
Yes.
So it contains, yes, all that.
Because I am perfectly aware that the law is in your bosom, but I'm saying that in this exhibit of his, a concern was expressed by various people. And I would like an answer to that question,
yes,
because it leads
that's
on.
what I'm saying, that he has answered it to the effect that, yes, but the law is the law. You are saying that
Now, no, but I said that, so you are basing your case on your particular view of the law. That's what I put to him. Is that right or is that not?
Because that should be the decision of the court.
No, it is not. I'm saying that he's basing his case on that. I'm not saying that the court is going to agree with him, but I'm saying
when
that
he says, but the law is the law, when you put that together with the question, yes. I mean, what is the import of the answer? He's saying that, yes, those concerns were there, but, I mean, they are contrary to the law, as he sees it. That's how the answer.
Yes, which is why I'm putting to him, and it's
we're saying that it's already there. It's implicit in it. It has only that import.
My Lord, in cross-examination, I believe we're entitled not to leave things implicit, but to be explicit.
No, but even the statute, if it covers something by necessary implication, you don't say that because the legislature didn't put it there, therefore it cannot be part of it. Even the statute.
Well.
So, I mean,
very well.
Yes.
Now, so Dr. Baumia, according to your own exhibit, it is clear to you, is it not, that the Upper Regional House of Chiefs, the president of the Upper Regional House of Chiefs, had a different view from the view that you are placing before this court? Would you not say that?
Oh, yes, my lord. There were different views, but as I said, there's only one law.
Now, I'm going to put in your hands another batch of pink sheets. Yeah. I'm sorry. My lord, I need to tender the last list. This one. Yeah, here's the list. Yes. My lords, the list that we have is numbered up to 147, but within that list we have taken out, yes, we have sent it to them. We have deleted numbers 1, 36, 48, 50. My lord, is clear on the face of what we've deleted. 1, yes, 48, 53.
No, I'm asking you a simple question. Sorry. You are saying originally it was 147, but you have struck out 7 of them. That's why it is 140. Is that what you are saying? Is that
No.
Because you announced a list of 140.
I said the list is numbered to 147, but within that 147, there are a number that we have deleted, and I was just going through the number.
When you were putting the list to him, I thought you said, look at this list of 140.
I said it's numbered up to 147.
Oh, okay.
It's numbered to 147.
Okay.
But we have deleted a number of polling stations. And I was just at the point of mentioning 48 in the list, 53 in the list, 58 in the list, 69, 80, 91, 109, 112, 131, and 146. That's 12. I mentioned one.
Total, you said is what? You said 12. So we also wish to tender this list.
My Lord, we need clarification on this list that Council seeks to tender. Now, a pile of pink sheets was given to the witness. We do not know that that comprises the 147 that is in the list to be tendered.
My lords, I gave the list to the witness. I asked him to check, and your lordship indeed.
C1 and C3 have the same numbers throughout. That was the whole thing on it. And which he said yes. And unless you are saying that there are some which...
140 pink sheets. But you give
147 minus, I think, 12. I think
minus 12.
Minus, I believe it's 12.
Very well.
I don't want you to hold me to the arithmetic on that because I didn't count myself. So
very well.
Tony's arithmetic is suspect. I think you should protest.
Well, for the record, I object to that.
My Lord, I withdraw that remark. I withdraw unreservedly that remark. So, any objection?
No objection, my lord.
Now, my lords, we have another lot in the same category, and I just need to explain that because we try to expedite, we had to have different people doing different lists. That's why we have to tender it in different lots. But this is exactly on the same issue. Yeah. They have a list already. Now, would you please go through this pile of pink sheets, which are numbered on our list to 38, and in respect of which we have taken out 3. The 3 that we have taken out are 19, 26, and 34. They're numbered up to 38. You can confirm that in each of those polling station pink sheets, C1 is the same number as C3.
I can confirm that, my lords.
And can I just give me the top one? Can I ask you again just to take the first one in the file that you just confirmed? Can you read the votes that were reflected in that polling station?
Yes, my lords. The votes were John Dramani Mahama 222, Henry Herbert Latte 0, Nana Akufo-Addo 94, Parko Sindum 1, Kwesi Dike 0, Ayarga 1, Sakara Foster 0, Yakobose Yeboah 0.
And your case about annulment includes this called annulling the votes in favor of the first petitioner as well as the votes of the first respondent. That is your case. The votes of the first petitioner as well as the votes of the first respondent.
Our case is that for all the votes in this polling station, where 333 people voted without biometric verification contrary to the law, those votes ought to be annulled as the second respondent has done in other polling stations.
And my question was, though the votes that were in favor of the first petitioner,
all the votes
should also not count,
because they are illegal, all the votes.
Now, you see, Dr. Bawumia, you have you are aware that your party has a campaign, Let My Vote Count.
As I said, let my legal votes count.
Right. Now, have you in fact made it clear to your supporters that there is this nuance on your campaign mantra?
I think they understand.
They understand. Okay.
I think you are taking us to the political field. There's a court, and we don't want to get involved with the political field at all.
No.
So come back to our fold. Yes.
Now, Dr. Bawumia, you agreed with me earlier. That every citizen through the process of registration has a right to vote. You agreed with me on that, didn't you?
If all the proper procedures are followed, including registration and showing up at the polling station before 5 p.m.
Okay. Okay. And I want you to go through this other. Okay. So we're tendering
3 lots.
No, we haven't tendered this yet. My lords, we would like to tender this second list, which we have labeled Lot 2. I'm sorry, third list. Third list.
Was the second one?
No, the second was the first one. This is actually Lot 2. It's labeled Lot 2. Lot 3 is the one that they are reviewing. I was going to tender first in respect of Lot 2, and then we'll come to Lot 3. The 140, and then Lot 2 is the 38, numbered up to 38. With Lot 2 is 38, isn't it? Lot 2 is the 30, numbered up to 38. The earlier exhibit that I put in was the 20. I think the 20. Yes. Yes, the 147. Where 3, I believe. Yes, yes. That is so.
It's marked as an NDC 3.
Lot 2.
Yes, NDC 3.
NDC 3, but Lot 2. Lot 2 in respect of this issue. My lords, I think just to be clear, we did a list of 20 which had to do with where there were these single 1 or 2 where he said on the face of the pink sheet, he gave certain answers. I believe that was NDC 1, that first 20. But that is different from what I'm now dealing with, which is I'm dealing with a situation where the number in C1 is the same as the number in C3. So this is what I'm now dealing with, and I'm now at Lot 2, and I'm tendering the list in respect of Lot 2 on this particular issue. So it is 3 exhibits, but it's only 2 that I'm currently, I'm dealing with an issue relating to the last 2, and I will add some more lots in respect of the C1 being the same as C3, the number there. This lot is lot 2, isn't it? Or it's lot 3. Yes. So we're now on lot 3. And the numbering is up to. Can you let me have?
47.
Up to 47, of which 1 has been deleted. 1 being 43 has been deleted. The numbering is up to 47. Can you confirm that in all those pink sheets before you, which are also listed in the list that you have, C1 is the same as C3?
Yes, my lord.
Number. And you confirm that in each of those polling stations you were represented by polling agents?
Yes, my lords, we were, and also most ably represented by the second respondent.
And you can also confirm, can you not, that there is no certification that anybody in any of those polling stations anybody voted who was not registered to vote? There is no indication.
The presiding officer has certified that in this case, for example, 355 people were not verified by a biometric verification, but were allowed to vote. In all of them, the presiding officer has certified that they were all allowed to vote without biometric verification.
There is no indication that any of your polling agents raised a protest on any of those polling stations.
Not on the face of the pink sheet. They've certified or attested that whatever is recorded here is what happened.
Now, can you just read the results on the first one that you have there?
Yes, my lord. John Dramani
What
Mahama.
polling station is that?
This is RC Primary School, Elenia. This is in the western region, I think. RC Primary School, Elenia. Yes, my lords. John Dramani Mahama, 201. Henry Herbert Latte, 3. Nana Akufo-Addo, 91. Pakwesi Ndum 7, Odike Akwesi 0, Ayaruga Hassan 0, Michael Abu Sakara Foster 35, Jacob Osei Yeboah 2.
Now, I want to show you another. Oh, I have to change that. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's respectfully tender the list. Well, all I'm seeking to do at this point, and I'll just save time, you'll notice that on the list there's a blank space because we couldn't read the name of the polling station, and I just want to point out that that relates to that blank space. That's all. So relax. The blank space, I think it's number in lot 1, number 133, number 133. That is the lot which has up to the number 147. And in the space against 133, there's a blank. That's all. Yes. That's what I said, lot 1. And lot 1. I'm sorry if I said lot 2, but it's lot 1. It's NDC 2, but it's lot 1. And all I'm seeking to confirm is very simple, that in that list that I gave to you, this exhibit does not have the name of this particular polling station. We couldn't read it. I don't know whether you can, but we couldn't read it.
There's a polling station code, so we should be able to find it.
We have the polling station code on the list, but I'm just, can you look at the list?
Yeah.
133, you see that there's a blank there?
Yes, I do.
And with respect, the reason there's a blank there is because we could not identify the polling station name. If the witness is helping the court by identifying the polling station name, that's fine, but we just want the court to know that we could not identify. That explains the blank. Are you able to identify?
Not offhand, but I think if you have your list of 26,002 polling stations, that code will be there, so we can find that out.
It's just that on the face of this pink sheet, I, a mere lawyer, I'm not able to tell which polling station it is. So,
as a mere economist, I'm not also able to tell.
Now, this have a look at this. Yes, you can bring that on. Have a look at this pink sheet. Are you able to tell not on the list. It's deleted from the list. I'll show it to you. You can show them. And then bring it back to me. Now, please look at this pink sheet and tell the court which polling station it relates to and the code number, perhaps.
This is, my lords, Pentecost Church, Mintakrom. The polling station code is E064603. E064603. Pentecost Church, Mintakrom.
And are you able to say what is in C1 and what is in C3?
C1 and C3, I think is 443.
C1 is what?
C1 is 443, my lords, and C3 looks like 443 or 445. But
it's either 443 or 445.
It looks like that.
Okay. And you would agree that if it were 445, it would reflect the anomaly that you described earlier, the anomaly of C3 being more than C1.
C1, but
if it were 445.
You and I were not there. We will have to see exactly what happened. Maybe the 443 in C1 in this case should have been 445. We'll have to see exactly what happened since we were both not there. But I would find that,
Yes.
unusual.
Yes. So if it were 445, what you've indicated as the court is that it would be an anomaly.
Yes, my lord.
And if it were 443, then it is one of these cases which I have indicated to the court where C1 is repeated in C3.
It's not C1 repeated in C3. The number of people who voted without biometric verification was 443 or 445. In this case, it looks like 443. But that is what it says. It's not C1 being repeated in C3. This is what the presiding officer is telling us on the face of the pink sheet.
Yes.
It's an entry for the number of people who voted without verification, biometric verification. That is it. It's not a repetition of C1 in C3.
Very well. Is the same number that is in C3 in C1?
Just as it's the same number in B1 as in B3. It's the same number. Right?
I just want
Yeah, it is the same number, but it's not necessarily a repetition of C1 and C. They are answers to separate questions, my lord.
So if it were 443 on the face of the pink sheet, everybody voted without according to you, without fingerprint verification. If 443 were the number, because you are not sure, it could be 443, it could be 445.
Yeah, there is many polling stations in this election, my lords, where the record shows that everybody in that polling station voted without biometric verification, because we had so many polling stations where the machines were not working. And this is not surprising. Others, 0 people voted without. Somewhere in the middle, we had that range of results for polling stations.
So, can you read the tally of votes on that pink sheet, please?
Yes, my lords. For this polling station, John Dramani Mahama 340, Henry Bedlati 1, Nana Akufo-Addo 84 or is 86, Pakwesi Ndom 3, Akwesi Odike 1, Ayariga Hassan 0, Michael Abu Sakara Foster 1. And the presiding officer did not sign.
But the polling agent of the NPP signed?
Yes.
Now, if you would please look also at Exhibit MB-M-136. I'm sorry, I lost when it comes back to him. MB-M-136. MB-M-136. And is L/A I'm not able to read the polling station name. can you look at the figure in C1 and the figure in C3?
They are both 283, my lords.
You're quite sure?
Yeah. 283. Yeah.
Very well. I think you have better eyes than your lawyers.
283, I think, yeah.
Yes, they're both 283. We took this out of the list because there was an issue as to whether the two numbers were the same. So we decided just to put it to the witness. And he confirms that both numbers are the same in C1 and C3. Can you show? Can you give us the name?
LA Primary School. Yes, that's right. Abronya, yeah.
This was deleted from your list?
It was deleted.
The last list.
It was
Lot 1. Okay, yes.
It was deleted because there was
among the law reinstate it.
Basically, I'm directing it to the witness himself, and the witness himself acknowledges that these two. Yeah. So, because we tendered a list with it deleted, we are now in effect drawing the attention of the court to it separately, rather than. We don't want to confuse the situation with the list. That's why we just put it to him individually in this case.
Yes, we follow. But what was the number of this on the tendered list?
It was 131 in lot 1. Which is exhibit NDC2, but in the list we have deleted it. And we have just put it to the witness directly, and he confirms that the two numbers are the same in C1 and C3.
It says 283 in both.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, yes, okay, yes.
And can you just indicate what the votes were in that polling station?
Yes, my lords. John Mahama, 179. Henry Latte, 1. Nana Akufo-Addo, 84.
Sorry, what was the number? 84?
84, my lords. Pakwesi Ndum, 0. Akwesi Odike, 1. Ayarga Hassan 2, Michael Abuka Sakara 26. No, Michael Abu Sakara 0, making a total votes of 267.
Okay, so you had a polling agent at that station?
Yes, and a presiding officer.
Elections can't take place at any polling station without a presiding officer. But in respect of the polling agent, I ask you a specific question for a specific reason. So I prefer you to stick to my question.
Okay.
You had a polling agent who signed
that
polling sheet.
By the sheet, yes.
But your case before this court is that those numbers of votes should be annulled. That is your case before this court.
Yes, my lord. As the presiding officer has indicated, 283 people voted without biometric verification, contrary to the law, and therefore, as the second respondents made it clear, those votes will be annulled, as they have annulled others which have occurred in this election.
Now, have a look at this exhibit that you have put before this court. Exhibit MB-M 570. And the name of the polling station. MB-M-570. And the polling station name appears to be Bavu Copper, or Bavu, I mean, it's written as an A, but I do not want to mispronounce on every name. It's written as Bavu Copper, and it's the polling station code is H05604.
How many more do you have of this kind?
Of these single ones, just 3 more. Of these individual ones, 3 more.
Yeah, after that, we were close.
Very well.
Polling station, polling closes at 4. I can see those in the queue. They are the only No, ours is full. Ours is full.
Those in the queue can go through. Can you see what's in C1 and C3? The number?
C1 is difficult to see, but C3 is 265. C1 may be the same, but it's not that
C1,
clear.
it may be.
Yeah, but it's not that clear. But I mean, this polling station, like all the others you've been presenting, it's one of a duplicate serial number along with the voting without biometric verification.
We will come to the duplicate serial number. It's one of my favorite subjects, so we'll get there.
Me too.
So, as you indicated, C1 is difficult to read, but it could be the same as what is in C3. And in that polling station, your polling agent was present.
Yes, my lord.
And signed on that sheet.
That's right.
What are the votes there?
The votes there, John Mahama 206, Henry Latte 4, then Akufo-Addo 30, Akwesi Ndum 0, Akwesi Odike 2, and that's it. The rest are Hassan Ayaga 0, Sakara Foster 0, Jacob Osei Yeboah 0.
Now, please have a look. And your agent, your agent signed.
Yes,
you've confirmed that.
So did the presiding officer.
Are you able to see what polling station that is?
ADC primary in Swansa.
It's exhibit number what? Exhibit
NBM 182.
182.
Yes.
Is which primary?
ADC primary in Swansa. It's B122903. B122903.
Yes. Are you able to see what's in C1?
C1 looks like 303.
And C3?
C3 is not that clear. It looks like 73. It's 7 and a 0 cancelled, and there's a 3. So it could be 73.
It could be 303 as well.
No, it doesn't look, the first number doesn't look like a 3.
It doesn't look
looks more like
okay,
a 7.
Let me see. Okay. Actually, it looks like 703.
So the O is cancelled. If you look at it, the O is cancelled. It's more like a 73.
Well, if it was 7, it's not very clear. If it was 703, it would be anomalous. If it was 703, it would be anomalous, clearly.
Yeah,
as you have indicated.
If it were 703, the presiding officer would have to explain how that exceeds the total voters register.
Exactly.
So but it's more like a 73, my lord. The 0 is cancelled.
Now, can you read the tally of votes on that sheet, please?
Yes, my lord. John Dramani Mahama, 187. Henry Herbert Lati, 2. Nana Akufo-Addo, 85. Pakwesi Indom, 2. Sakara Foster, 7. Jacob Osei-Eboa, 1.
And your polling agent was at that polling station?
Yes, my lord, according to the sheet here.
And signed?
Yes, my lord.
And there's no indication from that polling agent of any protest to anything at that polling station?
No, it's because the presiding officer certified that 73 people or so voted without biometric verification.
Now, there are just 2 more in the queue. Have a look at this.
Okay. I'm told that the biometric verification machine has broken down. We'll continue tomorrow.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Oh, this is not. Yes.
All right.
More than my end, you should do it.